Hello there. I am Brad Fraser, and this is Final Fantasy XVI. We are going to be playing through this a little today. Got this week and next week on Sunday, and then we should be able to play some during Thanksgiving break. At which point I expect to finish this. I don't know if I will, but I'm expecting to.
Pardon me, but would you have that well-notched steel and impressive physique? I have need of a sword for hire, and yours looks to be a weapon well worth the coin. Might you be convinced to offer me the use of those formidable arms?
How exactly do you intend to use them?
Well, being something of a scholar of Zemeckis history, I wish to investigate the ruins near the city, and I require a rugged companion, lest I find myself waylaid by ne'er-do-wells or the beasts said to roam the area. Should you accept, you will not only earn yourself material wealth, but partake of the true treasure that awaits us there. The rich and storied history of Zemeckis. Well,
Sure.
Will you ever party to a finer proposition?
Yes,
My
might as
arms are
well.
yours.
Wonderful! Then come. We must away.
But where are we going?
Along the old Zemeckis Road, and from there, onward to discovery. Quickly! There is not a moment to lose.
All right.
Wait. Good luck with your ne'er-do-wells. I'd better make sure he doesn't get himself killed.
Porter for hire? The best service?
I see you've been of some assistance to Eloise. Perhaps you can extend me the same kindness?
I can try.
Perhaps. What would I be doing?
Finding someone. You see, I've been having trouble with thieves, and despite the many pains I've taken, I can't stop them from rummaging through my packs. I was griping about my lot to a friend of mine a few days back, and he offered to track the culprits down. Now,
But then-
Joseph's a sellsword, and a good one at that. But he's been gone days, and I'm beginning to fear the worst.
Yep.
Any
Why
idea where
not?
his search for the thieves might have taken him?
The old Zemeckis Road, perhaps? He doubted they would be fool enough to linger here in Boklad. Joseph's lived a hard life. Made him grey long before his time. I just pray he hasn't been killed over a few sacks of grain.
Can't imagine there are too many grey-haired sellswords around. Hopefully someone will have seen him.
Quest accepted. All right. One more down this way.
Hurry, man. I must leave for the Dominion.
Bloody crimson caravan, scooping up all the best customers. Leave some for the rest of us.
If I knew arrival...
Now I just need to see about getting the word out. I want to know right away. Bad news. Good, actually. Something worth celebrating for a change. Only trouble is, the serving girl's still new to the job, so I can't leave her while I go and invite those I'd like to celebrate with. What
Okay.
exactly are you celebrating, if you don't mind me asking? I've come by a particularly fine bottle of red. A Gotan 66, no less. Gotan Rouge is the only good thing to have ever come out of the Empire. And most wouldn't part with a 66 if you held a knife to their throats. So I've heard. Oh, so you know of it then? Clearly you're a gentleman of taste. A gentleman who might sympathize with my predicament, perhaps? Would you pass the good news to a few friends of mine? I'll give you a little something for your time, of course.
Sounds simple enough.
Sounds simple enough. So you'll do it? Marvelous. Thank you. You won't need to go far. All three of them should be right here in the market. There's Aldrich the porter, Milan the butcher, and Bolek, a guard over at the north gate. Three of the finest fellows in Boklad, if you ask me. Tell them to come to the tavern when they finish for the day. Stop by again when you let them know, and I'll give you your little something. I'll be right back.
found a bearer of good news, for once. Hey there,
I've
Porter.
been asked to find Aldrich, the porter. I don't suppose that's you, is it?
That's me right enough. You need something delivered?
The innkeeper sent me. He said there's a cup of Gotan 66 with your name on it when you're done for the day.
A 66? Bloody me. If he's just got hold of it now, it must have been in the crates he had me carry down from Sambrek.
From the Empire to Boklad. You must be a braver man than most. That's a treacherous route at the best of times.
Indeed.
Such is the porter's lot. There's not a patch of storm these feet haven't traipsed across. It's Oriflamme one day, then off to Canva the next. The farther you're willing to go, the fatter the purse. Which is why there's no shortage of competition for some of the longer routes. I'd say I've done enough for today to earn myself a cup of something tasty. Thanks for letting me know.
It's funny how satisfying it is to be able to run and how frustrating it is to not be able to run, even though it really doesn't make any difference one way or the other.
What do you want? I've no coin on me.
Just information. Has a sellsword passed through here? Grey hair.
Now you mention it. There was a young man with salt in his mane sneaking around out there a while back.
Which way did he go?
How am I supposed to know? Buggered off down the road, I expect. Now why don't you do the same and leave me be?
I will. Steps of the Forgot.
Why am I not surprised?
You'll hand over your coin if you know what's good for you.
Was the sound? You okay, bud? It sounded. Steel Silk, Magic Ash, and Gilbug. Gilbug.
Are you hurt?
Happily not, good sir. Thanks to your timely intervention. More importantly, we have arrived. Now, feast your eyes upon the marvel before us. Ruins, a relic of the fallen civilization.
Supposed to be an
A
airship
sight
of
so
some kind?
common that man is oft blinded to its wonder. Colossal vessels, dashed from the very heavens.
That's what they say.
Airships, we call them, with very little thought to what wonders such a word might describe. Oblige me if you would. Does anything strike you as peculiar about this particular specimen?
It's split in half.
Though we ourselves find fallen ruins to be nigh indestructible, whatever gouged the final sin from the rock cleaved clean through the structure you see before you. A tantalizing mystery, no doubt, but merely one of countless enigmas in which Zemeckis history is steeped.
All right.
Come, good sir. Our expedition continues, and we still have much to learn.
Okay.
He's passionate. I'll give him that.
We don't want any trouble.
Neither do I. I'm looking for someone. A grey-haired mercenary.
Well, we haven't seen him.
Yes, we have. We saw him climbing up the rocks. Those ones, over there.
Maybe he found his thieves.
Mum won't let me near them. She said there's goblins up there, and that they eat little boys for dinner.
Shh,
Not
now.
always.
You've said quite enough already.
I only told him what you said.
I'd listen to your mother if I were you.
I do like getting a chance to see, like,
Joseph's
what's
thieves already
closest.
got their stolen wares all the way out here. I think we've found our thieves.
Quite.
They don't look happy to see me.
Finish. Enemy bested. It's the bestest enemy. Goblin coin.
Let's get this over with.
Stop! Don't kill him, he's just protecting his home.
Joseph? So the boy was right.
I don't know you.
Your porter friend sent me to find you. She was worried you might have got yourself killed.
Have I been gone that long? Wasn't hard finding the thieves. The problem was knowing what to do with them when I did.
I take it things are more complicated than they appear.
I'd all but ruled out bandits before I even left the market. You know what that is? Because our thieves had no interest in gold or gems, or anything they couldn't eat for that matter. Add to that the rumors of goblins in the area, and the mystery practically solved itself. I soon found their cozy little homestead, and all the missing food. I launched myself at them, full of righteous fury, but their leader was the only one who moved to meet me.
I noticed that too.
They huddled around that food, ready to die protecting it. They stopped
Starving.
because it was that or starvation.
Yeah.
I've been there myself, back when times were hard.
So you spared them? And earn their trust into the bargain by the look of it.
These goblins aren't native to the area. They don't know how to survive such barren lands, so I've been teaching them. And once they've learned to hunt and forage, they won't be fool enough to risk their necks in Boklad.
I'm impressed. I didn't know goblins could be reasoned with.
Do me a favor. Let the porter know I'm safe. I'll head back to the market once my work here is done. Oh, and don't mention the goblins. I don't want people coming here brandishing pitchforks. Not now this lot have sworn off thieving.
Your secret's safe with me.
Alright.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
2 sets of ears, huh? Redundant ears.
Joseph's fine. He'll be back once he's tied up a few loose ends.
That's a weight off my shoulders.
He certainly knows his business. You found your thieves all right. And I dare say they won't be coming back.
A good man to have around, that Joseph. And if he says there'll be no more thieving, that's good enough for me. Thank you for putting my mind at ease. Here, for your troubles.
Quest complete. Live and let live. Meteorite and meteorite.
Porter for hire. The best service at the best price. Others will carry off your fortune. Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
Peaches and pears.
I'm good. Excuse me.
The caravan stops next to the checkpoint.
Are you
What's up,
Milan?
Butcher?
The butcher.
That's me. What can I do for you?
The innkeeper's just had a special delivery. He thought you might like to join him for a cup of wine after you pack up for the day.
He knows me only too well. And I've got a ham here that will go handsomely with a nice drop.
Wine and ham to spare. Boklad clearly isn't suffering then.
Comes with being the place everyone has to pass through to get to everywhere else. Those who travel the Crystal Road bring all manner of goods with them. We get meat from Sanbreque, herbs from Rosaria. Why, sometimes we even see curiosities from across the Narrow. My old man knew what he was about when he set up shop here all those years ago. Anyway, thanks for the good news. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll shut up shop early. Wouldn't want to keep our friend waiting.
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
The Empire's your enemy, not us.
I'm looking for Bolek. I was told he'd be guarding the gate.
Well, you found him. You're not here to enlist, I take it?
The innkeeper sent me. He's just taken delivery of a rare vintage, a Gotan 66. He thought you might like a cup.
I've never said no to a goat hand. I'm not about to start now. Thanks for letting me know.
You must be a busy man.
The market would be flooded with refugees if we weren't here to stem the flow. Oh, my heart goes out to them, all right, but we've got our orders. No papers, no passage. Plenty try to slip past us nonetheless. And every now and then, one of them's foolish enough to try and force their way through. And when they do, well, things can get nasty. You know what? That wine's sounding better by the moment.
Hold on. I wonder if the innkeeper might spare a cup of that wine.
That'd be nice.
I spoke to your friends. They'll be along soon.
That's fantastic news. Thank you kindly. It's been a while since we all sat down together. And the way I see it, that wine is as much theirs as it is my own.
How so?
Well, I wouldn't be serving anything but slops without Aldrich to go and fetch the good stuff for me. And then there's Milan, who always sends customers my way. And Bolek, an even-handed keeper of the peace, if ever there was one. Those three are the backbone of Boklad. Lose any one of them, and the market would soon fall apart. And without the market,
I wouldn't have a single customer. I'd say that's worth a bottle of 66, wouldn't you?
And more besides.
Everyone needs a shoulder to lean on. Be they world-weary innkeepers or brooding swordsmen. Right. I'd better prepare for my guest's arrival.
I hear you had me carrying a bottle of Gotan 66. If I'd have known, I would have sold the thing and lived like a lord. I'll settle for a cup, though, if you're in a sharing mood.
A Gotan 66. Just as well I had something special of my own set aside.
A bottle between the four of us might not be enough to drown our sorrows, but it can't hurt.
Here they are, the free pillars of Boklad. Sit yourselves down, gentlemen. The woes of the world may be monstrous in many, but there's nothing like a few good friends to keep the misery at bay.
Never a truer word spoken.
Right. And there you have it. Right, and Black Blood. Alright. Let's head onward to Discovery. But first, I actually have to buy some crap.
You won't find a finer array this side of the strait. You've a discerning eye. Many thanks. A fine choice.
Alright. While we're here, let's sell some of this crap that I have lying around.
You're sure you don't need it? Just what I was looking for. Thank you. You're welcome anytime. Water for hire. Best service.
That's that then.
There are no crystals here. We have to keep going.
Boklad.
Come on, Chocobro.
Fly, Ambrosia.
It'd be awesome if Ambrosia could fly. Or, like, go as fast as any of the other Chocobos in the game. I have the slowest Chocobo in the realm. It's fine, though. I'm sure they slowed this Chocobo so that, like, at some point in the future, it's going to go faster, and then I'm going to feel, like, super fast. That's going to be awesome, but in the meantime... I'm mainly just annoyed when on Chocoback, because my bird is so much slower than everyone else's.
Not again. All right then. Who's first?
That went well. Alright, and Magic Ash.
You're going going to get yourself killed.
Indeed.
Behold, the final sin in all its glory. As Moss tells us, a battle was fought here in ancient times. A battle of such ferocity that it touching for their holy sanctum did man enrage the gods. And great was the vengeance that was rained down upon him. Alas, the full truth of the matter is lost to time, though I live in hope that I might see it discovered. But we must not dwell upon such things. There is more yet to see.
All right.
Onward. History awaits.
Onward to history.
Ready, go? Run like the wind.
He seriously just jumped over the bird. You saw that, right?
He's really got himself into trouble this time.
Yeah. I saw my problem and didn't solve it in time.
Better already.
There we go.
Good girl.
Yeah, I was in the process of figuring out how to solve the problem when the problem did not get solved.
Oh no. He's really got himself into trouble this time.
Got him. We're right on Magic Ash.
Still in one piece.
It would seem so. Once more I am in your debt. And once more
Tab is running.
impress me with your prowess. These were no ordinary foes, but ones we in the field call echoes. Though Moss the Chronicler concurs with the legends in attributing the fall of Zemeckis to a wrath wrought upon mankind by the gods, he offers little in the way of explanation. Could the ruins we see before us here in all their elaborate beauty, perhaps suggest an answer? Could the construction of such miraculous edifices have been considered an encroachment upon the province of the divine? Alas, all is mere speculation. But one day, perhaps, I will learn the truth.
Not if you keep running headfirst into trouble.
You are right, of course. And not only have you plucked me repeatedly from the jaws of death, you have proven yourself a willing audience to my ramblings.
Glad to help, but didn't you say you came here to investigate something?
I fear I may have rather overstated the case on that front. In truth, a captive ear was all I really desired. You see, even my fellow scholars have grown somewhat weary of my musings of late. And so I came upon the idea of purchasing a companion. A captive audience, if you will.
That's what this was all about.
I am afraid so. And now, my good man, it is high time we returned whence we came.
Fine. Just don't go running off this time.
And so ends a delightful day. Here, your reward for humoring my selfish whims, plus a little extra for the trouble I have put you to.
Quest complete. Onward to discovery. Breath of Earth upheaval. And then there's Wirret. And I believe we've got enough goodies over here. So 1369. 1000 our best. Looks like it.
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
Well met. Many thanks.
Betrayal Orchestra on a roll.
You've a discerning eye. Out of my sight, wretch. I know
Come on!
Oh, such lovely folk around here.
The caravan stops next.
Juicy pears! Slake your thirst without a crystal.
What I really want to be is...
Here you are, good. Try not to lose it again.
Me pass! You found it!
have-
Oh, thank you so much. Nan would have killed me if I'd come back without it. I'll have to say thanks to Elle and Theo, too.
So should you, Hansa. You and your friends don't have to steal anymore. If anyone threatens you again, you know who to turn to.
We do. And we already have. Mizelle's given us a job shifting the chocobo shit out the stables. It's hard work, and the pay isn't half what we got from the stones. But if we stick at it, we'll keep ourselves fed.
You stick at it then.
And Goots, I'm sorry for stealing your pass.
That's all right. I've got it back now. And all's well that ends well, eh?
You said you're trained to be a blacksmith, right? Well, I'm gonna be your first customer. I'm gonna save up all my gil and get you to make me a massive sword.
I'll do me best.
Till then, eh?
All right. We have a place on the wagon. Remember, Goots, we're mercenaries. You hired us to protect you.
But mercenaries...
It's not that hard, dude.
You remember the plan? You're to ride all the way to Twinside. Jill and I will go with you as far as the outskirts, and find our own way in.
I'll buy that stuff I need.
Right. And we'll scout out the Imperial's defenses.
There's a square with a big bell tower right in the middle of town. If you get lost, or out goes wrong, we can meet up there.
Right. Let's go.
Seat of the Imperial Court.
I see. And you're quite certain your father has no knowledge of Ultima?
I am. I have no difficulty believing a sinister force has come to exert an influence on Sanbreque. But be that as it may, it is yet to claim my father. For better or worse, his radiance speaks his own mind.
Then the fiend works from the shadows.
I confess, when first you told me of this fiend, I had my doubts, and more than a few at that. A beast that labors to plunge Valisthea into turmoil, all in pursuit of your brother. But that wound is proof enough that evil is afoot.
Then I have your answer, Your Highness. You will join me in my fight.
I cannot. Not yet.
Your Highness, please.
As you are aware, the Dhalmekian army is at our gates. They have lost their mother crystal, and with it all hope of a negotiated withdrawal. It is but a matter of time before they invade. If Bahamut is not here to meet them, my people will be slaughtered.
Instead, you'll slaughter them.
Though not by Hugo Kupka, thanks to Ultima's machinations. I know the fate of your people weighs heavy on your conscience, but if we do not put an end to Ultima's plans, they shall face a far darker fate. The chaos he would wreak would sweep all of Valisthea into the abyss. The lives of every man, woman, and child in the Twins are at stake.
I believe what you say, Phoenix. But I have duties of my own, and I must discharge them. Come what may.
Flower they worship.
What do you know of my blood?
I know that it is wholly unworthy of the highest offices of state, which rightly belong to those of purer breeding. Alas. Your bloodline runs through the Oriflamme gutter, from a whore who weighed her child's worth in Gil.
Have you threatened my father?
Of course not. I merely whispered in his ear that his mongrel son is plotting a rebellion.
What?
Sylvester listens to the words of his astrologers. And they have ears too.
You have been feeding them your lies!
Should you remain loyal to Emperor Olivier, His radiance may yet crown your head with laurel, and not with tar.
Fork-tongued witch!
In consideration of your long years of service to the Empire, I shall forgive this uncharacteristic rudeness. Now hurry and make ready, Your Imperial Highness. Emperor Olivier expects much of you, Dion. Or should I say, of Bahamut. May your fire reduce his enemies to ash, till all of Valisthea bows to its rightful ruler.
There is another darkness that has taken hold of Sanbreque. And until its grip is released, the flames of war shall spread ever wider, just as Ultima wishes.
Forgive me. My family has caused you much grief.
You are not her keeper, Phoenix. This is a matter for the Imperial household now, and as a member of that household, it falls to me to resolve it. At such time as that is done, what strength I have shall be yours.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Kitty's been taken care of this morning. You're welcome.
Let us take to the skies together, and bring a new dawn to Valisthea.
I should like nothing more.
There's coffee if you'd like some.
Terence.
My prince.
Tell me true. Do you believe what I'm about to do is wrong?
We dragoons have but one leader, Your Highness. And we shall follow him unto the very end.
Thank you. And this is my decree. For their crimes against the crown, the traitorous Annabella and her usurping son shall be put to death, and the Empire restored.
Oh, hi, Kitty. Okay. To the Crystalline Dominion, where we shall arrive right as Bahamut attacks the Empress. We have not worked together on this, but it's going to look like we have. Hey, Torgal. Smokey's like, your legs are in the position that's very uncomfortable for me to be in your lap. Therefore, I want in your lap.
Stood on the brink of war.
They're afraid. They turn to drink to forget their fears.
Anything you want to forget?
The harbor is empty, and half the market stalls too. The city may seem peaceful on the surface, but it's balanced on a knife edge. Were we to give it a nudge, it might be just the distraction we need to reach the Mother Crystal.
I thought you might say that. We should send for Gav. We'll need someone to keep the fires we start from going out.
And we can busy ourselves scheming until he gets here.
I'll send a Stolas then.
There's a storm happening in the background.
What is it, boy?
What's happening?
I don't know. Torgal!
Woof woof. Yep, Doug makes an impossible jump, because of course he does.
This way.
There's a really great outfit on her.
Ah, yes, it is. I agree.
City's on fire.
I'm sure Boots is fine.
Honestly, both of her outfits look good on her.
The one with the bell tower. In the middle of town, right?
Guard, watchman or sentry is to be slain on sight. Spare the citizenry. His Highness's orders were clear. The people are to come to...
Those were Imperial Dragoons.
And here we are.
What in the hell is going on?
Let's go and see.
Right. But first we find Goots.
Just hope he's all right.
You there! Identify yourself!
Do we have to?
Hey, we leveled up. That shouldn't get any attention. Sure looks like I'm supposed to be going this way.
Cut them down!
There's no doubt about it. They're dragoons. What is this then? A civil war? That's better. I needed that.
All right. All right, let's go.
Never thought I'd be glad to fall into a sewer.
What of the men and women in the market district? The evacuation is
There it is. The bell tower.
Right. Let's go.
Let's. Maybe they evacuated goods. Okay, game.
Ah, the goods lift.
Hit X to push the button. And so I hit X, and it's like, jump! Alright, got him. I was just blasting at them as they went in the air. Pew, 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 pew! They're like, ah, ah! It's kind of great. More potions. approach. What? Yeah, mix it up. Got him. That's where I'm going. Just want to make sure I've got everything in this area before I leave. Looks like I did. Alright. And up. Kitty's like, I'm bored. He was playing with his mouse whenever I got in here.
Stop! In the name of His Highness!
But instead of that, I do this. I was like, stop in the name of His Highness.
Hold on, kids. We're coming.
None shall pass!
None shall pass. Got him. I think he auto picks up everything. It's kind of like Kingdom Hearts. Just to save time. Just automatically pick everything up. Okay, this is the right way. I was concerned that I may be heading back the way I came, but I didn't, so we're good. And we're heading down, which has got me concerned again, but this is not familiar. Man, these guys are terrible. They're elite soldiers. Saver of Earth, Raging Quest. Yep. Yep. Guys like, it's this fighting style. Okay, big fight on the other side of this door. Indication I'm getting.
Can you see him anywhere?
Bahamut. Bahamut, please don't kill my friend. Hopefully Goops wasn't in there. Guess not. Oh, I did it. Come on.
Help me, boy. There's a good boy.
Oof. I did not dodge properly. Dodged properly there either. Got him. Punched him in the face. White dragon slain. Which means we lost our best ally. Way to go.
Over here, Clive! Are you alright?
Mm-hmm.
Goats, there you are.
I didn't know there'd be a dragon.
All right, let's get out of here.
Oh!
What now?
Is that Mother Crystal's heart?
What the hell is it doing up there? Bahamut.
Ah, so who we just beat wasn't Bahamut. That's not good, because I went through like all of my materials to beat that. were talking about evacuation earlier. So apparently they evacuated everyone they wanted to, and then they just laid waste to the town.
Your Highness, don't do this.
We must leave. Now, Your Grace. I beg of you.
This is not what he wanted. Something's happened. Forgive me, Yod, but I must put a stop to this.
Your Grace!
Oh. It appears the heart of the mother crystal is growing around, or the crystal is growing around the heart. Huh. Right.
So, what do we do now then?
Fair question.
We destroy the heart.
We might come back!
As soon as the flames die down, the Imperials and the Dalmex will move in. This may be our only chance.
Right.
And Bahamut has gone for now. You should get as far away as you can, Goots.
Right.
What? And leave you lot in the lurch? I can't do that. If you're staying, then
Yes.
so am I.
I didn't know what
I
Discord
packed
was
everything up
about.
before I made a run for it, so if there's out yous need, just ask. But I won't be giving it away for free. Nana'd never forgive us if I did.
Good, I can buy stuff.
Goots.
Thank you, Goots. I really needed this.
Just let me get me stuff out. Welcome to Goots's Toll. Righto, here you go. Is there out else you need? Righto, here you go. Thank you. I think I counted that right. How else you don't need?
These are all for crafting.
You've got everything you need then?
Diamond sword +1.
Finished! I think.
Silken
Did
Sash
I do
plus
it
1.
right?
And Diamond Armor.
Finished! I think.
And Diamond
I hope
Sword
you
plus
like
2. And Silken Sash plus 2.
10 times better than it was before. I hope
And
you
Diamond
like
Armor
it.
plus 2.
You don't
Alright.
want me to make yours out else?
Items. No. Gear. Diamond Sword plus 2. Silken Sash plus 2. Diamond Armlets plus 2. It looks like 680 is my best move. Well, no, 800 actually is my best move. A better block. Alright, let me use your restroom. I'll be right back. One of these buttons. All right. So, Titanic block was added.
You be brave now, boy.
He's a good pupper. Okay.
Drake's tail is right there, Clive. It's time to free Storm from the Crystal's curse.
Let's go to the heart at once.
It's past time. But remember, Bahamut is still out there.
Quite.
And I dare say we'll be seeing him again before the night is done.
Mm-hmm. I'm just so relieved that I actually was able to buy stuff in the in-between. Because I was like, I used my stuff, so there's nothing else I can do at this point. But I was able to buy more, so we're good.
No more roads.
We'll have to find our own path.
Quite.
Do you feel that, Clive?
Ether.
Quite a lot of it.
Just what we need. Another flood.
It's already turned them.
But there's no reason to hold back.
Oh, there's an astrologer. Okay, we've solved that problem. Alright, I think through this door is where we're going next.
Be a way to climb up.
Find Judgment bolts and magic dash. All right. Phoenix.
doing?
Keeping the Bahamut occupied.
Joshua! Joshua!
Don't, Clive. It's too dangerous.
Fuck. Hold on, Joshua. I'm coming! We have to save him.
And we will. We just need to keep moving.
Them again. Not now.
There we go.
What was that?
He'll kill us all.
Mm-hmm. He's a bit of a mess of things, isn't he?
There he is. Joshua! I'm here, brother!
Clive. He can't hear you.
Joshua!
They're heading for the heart.
And so should we.
And just blast away. New enemies approach. Oh, got it.
That's better. We don't have time for this!
We should save a little time. Got him. Where's the way up? Right here. Blood with bloody
There's
hides.
the council chambers. How are they still standing?
I don't know.
He'll be all right, Clive. He's a survivor.
He's died several times and he's fine.
We're getting close.
Indeed. Ah, okay. Semi-prime Bahamut.
Somebody doesn't want us getting any closer.
I don't care what it wants.
Neither do I.
Oh. It was not tough, in fact. Abu Zaga. I'm sorry, Anna. What? Yep. He's afraid of death. Understandable. A lot of people are afraid of death. Got him.
Good job.
Necrophobe has been vanquished. Alright. Stats all go up in favor of the Earth Wind-Up goes up. Meow, says the cat.
These beasts, they're getting stronger.
I noticed that too.
We can think about them later. Right now, there's only one thing we need to focus on.
The heart.
So you say as we kill the hearts, these beasts get stronger? Well, let's hurry up and kill the heart.
We might be able to get up through the building.
It's worth a try.
Just kind of feels like we're doing exactly what Ultima wants. But hey, don't think about it, just do.
Quiet.
Mm-hmm.
There's someone up there.
You can't continue the game unless you do the mission.
Is someone there?
Mother.
It's you.
What happened here?
He tried to take him from me. Oh, my boy.
Hey, Mom, you never treated me like this.
Darling boy.
Is this the child you made with the Emperor? Why, Mother? Why did you betray us all?
You have no right.
Answer him.
We took you in, savage. Show some respect for those who raised you.
What is her deal?
Honorable Elwyn, always thinking of his precious homeland. But what worth is a homeland in a world beset by the Blight?
Father did not seek to protect his country. He sought to protect his people.
A leader's duty is not to protect his people. It is to protect the source of his sovereignty. The noble blood that runs in his family's veins. So long as this bloodline remains unbroken, what does it matter if a nation falls? One can always found another. Unlike him, I did my duty. I preserved my line. I bore a son of the noblest blood, to whom the whole world might kneel. That is why I gave Rosaria to Sanbreque, that I might join my line with the Lesages and birth a savior of this benighted land, blessed by both Bahamut and the Phoenix!
You sold your country for a child.
Why did he need another? You had Joshua.
I had nothing. You were always your father's son, so very strong and bold and daring, and yet you failed to awaken. Would that Joshua had been granted 1/10 of your strength? Oh! How the nobles laughed that Elwyn's firstborn was surely the son of a concubine, and my own, not long for this world. The shame of it! The shame of being slandered by one's inferiors! How could you ever know how that feels? It should have been you! Why didn't the Phoenix choose you?
Joshua's every waking moment was spent trying to shoulder the burden that you and the Phoenix and the Duchy foisted on him.
That's why I became his shield. To help bear the weight. But what did you do? You betrayed your own blood and surrendered your son to his fate!
Sounds like this woman's suffering. We should put her out of her misery.
I never meant to hurt him. The soldiers' orders were clear. He was to be spared. Why did you survive? When the only one I truly cared for died?
What? Have
She's
you not
like-
looked out of the window?
She's like, why don't you kill me? Come on,
Joshua
kill
is
me.
Here. The Phoenix lives on. He's battling Bahamut as we speak.
This lady's like, please kill me. Hello, kill me, please. Check it out. It's a phoenix. Oh, he died again. Well, the phoenix is dead. I guess there's no more phoenix. That's how that works, right?
I am a shield of Rosaria. And I will do my duty.
What are you...
Yeah, take on Bahamut. Why not? So many purrs, so little time.
Ifrit?
Clive.
Joshua?
Clive!
Here we go. Cinematic strike. So many purrs from the cat. But good or bad? Ah, flower. Of course it is.
First Bahamut, then the heart.
looks like a problem. Oh, nice. Thanks, bro. So many parts. I learned Spitfire.
We'll face the consequences.
Split Flare. Learn Split Flare from Bahamut. Press that to release a massive stream of light that sears anything in its path. Use L to aim. Press X at any time to cancel the attack. The exposure to the flare will cause enemies to become partially staggered, canceling any initiated abilities. Making the flame for its maximum duration amount will result in an enhanced finishing explosion. Here you go, folks. Embodying the Phoenix again. Controls for the Phoenix are as follows. Fire and charge firebolt, move, aim, and evade. Fireballs and charged fireballs are effective against single targets. They may not be enough to nullify the opponent's more complex assaults. For these instances, use L while holding O to lock onto multiple objects, then release O to lock onto fireballs at them. Okay. Available ability. The Phoenix can be confirmed the abilities. Uh-huh.
Where is he going? Things are drawing in more ether than I've ever seen.
I didn't get him fast enough.
I have found it! Those things are drawing in more ether than I've ever seen! things are drawing in more ether than I've ever seen.
The strategy I was doing wasn't working, so I thought I'd try something different.
Things are drawing in more ether than I've ever seen.
I have a fifth strategy I'm going to try now.
Those things are drawing in more ether than I've ever seen.
Okay, I stopped it. I knew what I had to do. I was just struggling to actually do it, but I figured it out. I ignored Bahamut. That was the solution. Thanks. Ifrit's turn.
Clive, thank the Founder.
It's now or never, Joshua. not done yet.
Sure.
Got him. Bahamut defeated. Alright, Sharp Fang and Meteorite.
What now?
This is drinking the ether.
We have to stop him.
You have to be stronger than this. Come on, Ifrit. Show us your true power.
climb? We can.
Joshua apparently forgot
Together.
a very important fact. I'll just take everyone into myself, says Joshua.
Are you ready? Ready!
Modifying Ifrit Risen. Enhanced versions of most of Ifrit's abilities are available for use with Ifrit Risen. In addition to Wildfire, Ifrit Risen now has access to the ability Light Speed, which, similar to Phoenix Shift, allows him to swiftly approach a target. Light Speed can be executed by pressing X. All abilities available on.
How can we hope to match such power? By trusting in our own.
Asian time. Exactly. Got it.
Joshua! This ends now!
Got him. Doubles David his final fool. Yes, but I'm thinking that what's his name is going to be inside Clive. Ultima is going to be inside of Clive. Light shard used for crafting.
Dion!
And there goes the Shard of Light. Another Crystal of Light is now gone. So all that is left is the darkness. The Mother Crystal of Darkness is the only Mother Crystal left.
Joshua! Clive!
My brother. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're alive. We both are. Nothing else matters. I never dared hope that I would see this day.
Jill's quite happy.
Jill.
One big happy family. And we're back.
This is for my father.
Oh yeah, she totally deserves it. Unfortunately, that wasn't Ultimate that he killed.
It is done. The demon
I think so.
that would tear our house apart is no more. Father.
There's a cat. Kitty wants screen time. Isn't that right, Kitty?
The Mother Crystal. It's collapsing.
Yeah, you don't want to be here when it
We need to
falls.
leave. No. Wait.
Gonna try to raise Dion. Kitty.
I owe him a debt. Fine.
You there. Tell me what section.
Imperial Audience Chamber. Earlier this evening.
Can nothing be done to call them off?
I regret not, Your Radiance. The Dragoons answer to none but His Imperial Highness. The Council is powerless to intervene.
We're hearing reports of rebel
Madness is this, Dion.
throughout the neighboring districts.
Focus all efforts on extinguishing the fires around the capital. The city can wait.
Don't you dally, man.
Apparently.
Go! Your Radiance.
And I want you to find out.
This is not Clydesdale.
By the light.
When you said his, I wasn't sure.
Have you taken leave of your senses? Call off the Dragoons at once.
Fear not. The populace will come to no harm at their hands. I am here to save you, Father.
Save me?
A creeping darkness hides in the heart of Sanbreque. It stems from your wife, the traitorous Annabella.
Not another word, Dion.
Father, though you may not see it, the darkness has taken hold of you. It has made you forget yourself. But I bid you remember, there was a time when you ruled not with cruelty, but with compassion. Why now do you turn your back on your people? Why now do you seek to stoke the fires of war? You too have borne witness to this change, Your Eminences. And you know, as well as I, who is responsible for it. A puppet now sits upon the throne, but cut his strings, and the master loses the power!
What?
Dion, you bear steel before your Emperor?
Guards! Take him!
For every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. Those were your words. But when the last of your citizens has fallen, and all of their homes have been reduced to ash, what will become of your empire, of its rulers, of your god? As the Mother Crystals crumble one by one, and the Blight sweeps in to claim all that we hold dear, our people look to their Emperor for protection. Yet he labors not to secure their futures, but to seize what is left of the twins for himself! Even if it should come at the cost of everything his loyal citizens have labored to build!
Dion, you must understand.
A small price to pay, is it not? You've been blessed with great power, Dion. Enough to win me the world. So go, claim Valisthea for me, brother.
That's what drove him mad. Because he went into a murderous rage earlier, destroying citizens.
Gods! Gods!
Father.
Poor father. How he doted on his children. That he would die to protect me was plain. It was but a matter of when.
You planned this?
You did well to endure so long. But you broke in the end, as I knew you would. And now Muthos approaches. Put him to the proof. I would see if he breaks. Go, Bahamut. Kinslayer.
And that's when he lost control. Meanwhile, Kitty is in need of loves.
Brother? It's a long story.
Kitty's like, I require scritches.
You cannot stay here, Mother. Come. Take my hand.
Get away from me! This is all just a dream, just a bad dream! You will not take me, Shadow! You will not take me!
Will that break Joshua? Mm-hmm.
Mother.
My lap is the best place to go bath. In the house. That's what the cat says. Right. So maybe he's not dead. Right.
If it is consciousness that weaves your wills together, consciousness that blurs the boundary between your own will and that of others, then we shall set you apart once more. The ties that bind you shall be severed, and humanity return to its proper place. By primogenesis shall a new age of reason begin.
Relax, Your Majesty.
Sometime later, Benedicta seems better.
Don't you want to play? It's been a long time.
If that is your wish.
Men, you are as meek as all the others.
Such feeble creatures.
Mm-hmm. This man has also died.
Gifted the power of icons, yet slaves to fickle emotions which usher you to your doom. And so you bind your fragile wills with strands of consciousness.
The wretched handiwork of a wretched people.
The sons of fire were united at last, and for but a moment their flame burned bright. Soon Mythos shall become our perfect vessel.
And then shall the world be remade.
Not before the bonds are severed, of trust, of respect, of love. Only when every strand of consciousness is cut away, may Mythos return to our side. By primogenesis shall all be undone. Mankind shall be rid of his wretchedness, and Mythos of his will. But while he yet clings to it, he has the power to forge bonds anew. And so we bid you, find Mythos, and sever every one.
To destroy that which has no physical form, you ask the impossible.
There is nothing your black blade cannot cut, Odin. We shall unite with Mythos, and bring forth a new world. So long as our vessel remains unclaimed by humanity.
It shall be done, Master. My will is yours.
Back to the hideaway we go.
How is your brother?
Asleep since I returned from the Dominion. Taya says he should be back on his feet soon enough. For a while, at least. She discovered something on his chest. A swelling, circled in stone.
Mm-hmm.
The curse. For every mountain we climb, another rises up to greet us, doesn't it?
It's never ending. Even the sky seems to have grown tired of it all.
Things fall apart. The power of light. Clive has claimed a portion of the Icon Bahamut's essence. Attuning with Bahamut not only changes the elemental aspects of Clive's magic spells, but also allows access to several new iconic abilities, such as Impulse, which creates multiple spheres of light, which pursue a target, dealing a continuous damage. Ability details can be found in the Abilities tab in the main menu. Bahamut's Feet. Use Bahamut's iconic feat, Wings of Light, to begin casting Mega Flare, an immensely powerful spell that showers enemies with a deluge of searing light. The longer the spell is charged, the more powerful the results. Press O to cast the spell when ready. Taking damage while casting will cancel the spell, so basically I have to not be taking damage.
While he rests, I might as well see what Otto has to say.
Quite the mess. Word out of Twinside is that there's little left of the capital after the Mad Prince's royal tantrum. But what of you and yours? Did you manage an escape before the city went tits up? I trust you did, but a Stolas might be good to set El's mind at ease. Reports from our brothers and sisters afield are all the same. The accursed skies cast not only a pall over the land, but also the hearts of our people. Hearts already heavy from the fall of the Dominion and the destruction of Storm's final mother crystal. And for now, the realm endures, but with each new flood do her few remaining children descend further into madness. The situation is, as ever, dire. Fresh wings shall find you at a new moon's turning. Till then, our watch continues. May the crystal's curse be broken. I trust you and your party gained the Dominion without further event. Should your travels ever bring you back to markets and put you in need of additional assistance, you will find the Crimson Caravans more than willing to oblige. If you ever we might even offer a discount for our usual rates. You know I ain't never shed a tear in front of no one, not even my mother, and you won't soon be catching me doing the like again. So if it please your lordship, we can both forget the whole damn thing. The Cid I choose to follow all them years ago is gone, and there's no dragging him back from the depths of whatever hell he's walked his way into. But his legacy, that lives on, in you and everyone else here in the Hideaway. Sure as the sky is blue. At least, I think it's still blue. As long as it still is, I'll be right here where you can count on me.
Did you see the pair that got hauled into tires?
Aye, all their fancy silk-stained
Clive. Going purse weighing you down? It'd better all be here. You got out else? I reckon I can find a buyer. You got out else? I reckon I can find a buyer. I'll be thankful you got that much. I reckon I can find a buyer. I'll be thankful you got that much. Finished, are you?
Trouble with your gear, or something Fordian, do you? Should last you a good while.
So, Kitty, the bad news is I really need to go to the bathroom.
That it?
So, I'm gonna have to get up. And we're back. Alright, where do I want to go from here? Across here. Check on this. Surely we're not that close to the end. $11 out of 14? $11 out of 14 is a possibility.
Seems the hideaway's lost its... No. I want to go this way.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
Ninja went away. See what? I saw nothing. Was that Boogs? Worlds, no clubs, Maggot Brothers, Trimmelkin, Soul Slingers, The Hill Dion, Muddy Murder, Severian, and Secret.
How may I help you today, Clive?
So about 20 away from the next one. Okay.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Quick look. Seen enough?
What's up, Vivian?
What will it be today? Allow me to educate you.
What is the state of the realm? So, we had to fight. This guy's deceased. She's deceased. Olivier's deceased. At least that's what we think. Bahamut's dominant. Killed the father, killed him, and died himself. Happy to see our brother, who's an attendant for the Imperial Rosaria. Of course, best buds with Shiva's dominant and the Frost Wolf. And Guts. Good friends with Guts. Inner voices. Dared hope I'd see this day. You're alive, nothing else matters. Go home together. Think the founder you're safe. What does he want with me? Let me bear your burdens. Only we could have talked. He was Akashic all along.
Here you are.
Situation map following Clive. The fall of Drake's Trail. Clive and Joshua are finally reunited at the Twingside Council chambers, and their icons unite as one in the skies above it. The single supremely powerful entity they became, Ifrit Risen, is at last able to best Bahamut, and Mother Crystal cracking in the process. Crystal Impasse, the Middle of the Fist. There's an armistice there. Prestige of Kavnir. Alright, so yeah, everything is in a bit of turmoil right now. We do have the Empire over here. Or not the Empire, we have the this group over here, the Crystalline Dominion, that we still have to contend with.
Thus ends today's lesson.
Alright, let's go talk to Otto.
Otto, how fares the realm?
The realm? Oh, she's just fine. As long as you look past the fact storms out mother crystals and her skies are a roiling cesspit.
And Gav?
He's with your uncle in the Free Cities, helping Mid with her project. Sent an owl their way at the moment the winds turn foul. Still waiting on a reply, though.
Do you have any good news?
Well, that depends on your definition of good.
All right, fine. What do you suggest we do?
Oh, no, I'm just a messenger. I'll leave the scheming to those more suited to the task.
Nice.
Could be that Lady Vivian and Old Tomes have their own thoughts on the current state of things. Could be that they don't. It certainly can't hurt to ask.
I suppose not.
Talk about Vivian and Hippocrates.
How is it that every one of your little excursions presages some inexplicable catastrophe? Not that you are to blame for the Dominion's fate. No one could have predicted the actions of the Crown Prince.
I'm sorry I couldn't save your home.
My countrymen are stronger than you think. A few toppled clock towers won't break their spirits. They'll be back on their feet in no time.
I hope so.
Look at us. Bluer than a pair of bog crabs. Tempting though it may be, sulking will not help us find a solution to this mess.
You believe there's one to be found?
I don't know. But I am certain we're more likely to find it if we first examine the facts. Beneath these darkened skies, fear and confusion reign over Valisthea. Oh, the lands around the fallen Mother Crystals had already begun to wilt for want of ether. But not like this. Crystals that filled wells and fueled furnaces. Now nothing but pretty shards of rock. And those that hang from the people's necks cast nary a glimmer of light to keep the dark at bay. It is only a matter of time before the common folk convince themselves that the end of days is upon us. Yet I fear a swift end is more than we can hope for. While most of the world thirsts for ether, the remainder drowns in it, spawning Akashic in droves. And amidst the hordes of mindless beasts, with magics as like to fail as function, even the strongest nation would falter. Rosaria and the Iron Kingdom teeter on the brink of collapse, while the tragedy in Twinside has all but paralyzed the Holy Empire. Dhalmekia fares little better. Rumor has it the ministers fled the capital after the fall of Drake's Fang, leaving their beloved republic to crumble. Waloed, meanwhile, moves in earnest. The Einherjar has been sighted off Storm. The world, in short, is in chaos.
Quite.
It would seem our civilization was nothing but a castle of sand, to be washed away at the whim of the waves.
A castle of sand.
Not my best flourish, but it seemed fitting. The reports I've received are considerably more blunt in their appraisal. Without the protection of their nations, it will fall to the people to defend themselves against those who would take what is theirs.
Which is only ever going to end one way.
Defending a farmhouse against a band of chocobo thieves is one thing, but pitchforks and palisades will do little to stall an army's advance. Should the King of Waloed deign to invade, there would be none to stop him.
None but us.
Waloed. Waloed is the name of the country that is left standing. Mother Crystal intact.
Do they have things?
Waloed does, yes. They are on another continent. Too far for us to reach.
Is a storm coming, Sid? Will there be thunder?
Let me guess. You're here about the skies.
Right.
Is there anything you don't know, Lawsman?
It doesn't take a court astrologer to augur the obvious. As for what has disturbed the heavens, that, I believe, is a question the Fallen might be better placed to answer than I. And on the 6th day did the gods tear the sun from the firmament, visiting darkness upon their prideful sons and daughters. But I dare say you remember your childhood lessons on the sins of Zemeckis only too well.
You think they're connected? That Ultima was one of the gods responsible?
Well, he has certainly exhibited powers that we mortals would associate with the divine.
There is nothing divine about him.
But he wouldn't be the first god of whom that could be said, now would he? Yet for all the fairy tales that tell of the sins, there is almost nothing in the way of actual historical accounts. Had I the Journal of Moss the Chronicler, I may have been able to tell you more, but alas, I fear all remaining copies have been lost to time. You will forgive me, I hope?
Certainly not. Because there is nothing to forgive. Even without this journal, you've provided us ample wisdom. And we will always be grateful for it. Perhaps Otto will be more inclined to share his thoughts when he hears what the others had to say.
Knowledge hoarded is knowledge lost. I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them.
Clive tells Hippocrates of his adventures, and he updates
What
the tomes.
subject shall we consider today?
Ultima, otherworldly being behind much of the tragedy and turmoil that has plagued Balestia. He means to claim Clive as his vessel, Mythos, by purging his will, a will strengthened by the ties of consciousness that bind Clive to others. He unleashes Primogenesis upon the world, shrouding it in darkness and turning thousands Akashic, that these ties of consciousness might at last be loosened. Primogenesis, a spell cast by Ultima to cast a whirling pall over Balestia. Ifrit risen, the two icons of fire united as one. Clive and Joshua manifested this being in the skies above the crystalline dominion, after entreating the icons to grant them the power they needed to quell the raging Bahamut. It has a body of Ifrit, the wings of the phoenix, and a might that far exceeds either icon alone. Joshua Rosfeld, dominant of the Phoenix and former heir to the ducal throne. Though he and Clive trod their separate paths for many years, the brothers are finally reunited amidst the ruins of the crystalline dominion. With Drake's tail came under attack by a maddened Bahamut, the heart of the Mother Crystal responded by delving into its attacker's innermost thoughts and summoning a creation that which must plagued his tortured soul, the wyvern tail that represented the trust Prince Dion's father placed in him and his duty to the realm. Rise of the Worm, rebellion of the Holy Order of the Knights Dragoon that took place in the Crystalline Dominion. It was provoked by Emperor Sylvester Lesage's decision to overlook his eldest son Dion and make his second-born Olivier, child of the Empress Annabella, crown prince in his place. Seeing this as yet another victory for Annabella in her long campaign to subvert Semperquad politics for her own ends, Prince Dan ordered the Dragoons into action, but having lost control of the icon, he inadvertently laid waste to the city he tried to save. Clive's faithful friend, he's a rare frost wolf, imbued with the same sorcerous strength as his ancestor Fenrir, which he calls upon to defend his allies in times of crisis. Though the manner in which he primes into Fenricic form is reminiscent of dominants summoning their icons, Torgal calls not upon his own icon, but upon the powers which he walked beside him over the years, with whose aether he has become imbued. Dion Lesage, Prince of the Holy Empire of Sembrique and dominant of Bahamut. Dion leads the Dragoons in revolt against the perceived treason of Empress Annabella and her son Olivier. but was instead goaded into slaying his own father and driven to madness, transforming into Bahamut and laying waste to much of the Dominion. Barnabas Tharmer, king of Alud and dominant of Odin, the Warden of Darkness. Though his nation's isolation in Ash allows Barnabas to remain aloof from the affairs of Storm, he is oft elected to do precisely that. His movements of late would suggest that he has ambitions in the western continent. Chief stewards of Clive's hideaway and Cid's hideaway before it. He first met Cid aboard the trading ship he worked as a purser, and the two became fast friends. However, after his firstborn awakened as a bearer and his family gladly condemned his son to a life, Otto could no longer turn a blind eye to the suffering of those touched by the Aether. His friend rallied to the cause, and together they swore to save Otto's son and others like him. Guts, apprentice to Sharon and ally of the hideaway. He aided Clive and Jill in gaining entry to the besieged crystalline dominion by having them pose as sellswords hired to protect an honest merchant visiting Twinside to trade in smithing paraphernalia. Somehow surviving the chaos that was to follow, he was scooped up by the ruined city of Joshua, from the ruined city by Joshua, who transformed into Phoenix to effect the Allies' escape. Eloise, owner of the Crimson Caravan, the highly esteemed porterage firm in Buckland. After her younger brother Theodore awakened as a bearer, she helped him to flee from the family's home and build a new life far from those who would have him consigned to slavery. Theodore, porter and guard of the Crimson Caravan, is the porterage firm that he runs his beloved sister Eloise. Many beasts and bandits have eyed his company's caravans, but to date he has cut them all down. Theodore is also a bearer, but has spared the brand after awakening late and being spirited away from his family home by his sister, an act of kindness and self-sacrifice, for which he is forever grateful. Hansa, an off-run boar from Bokled, strong-armed into pickpocketing travelers by the nefarious Cast Stones. After being released from their clutches, Eloise elected to employ him in the Crimson Caravans to keep him from returning to a life of crime. He pledges to become the first customer of Guts' forge when the trader becomes a fully fledged blacksmith. Annabella Lesage, Archduke Elwyn. She remarried Emperor Silvestre and bore him a son, Olivier. It was her dream that together with Silvestre, she could form a new bloodline, one blessed with both Bahamut and the Phoenix. Alas, her dreams were to be crushed by the wreckage of Crystalline Dominion, when a maddened Dion slew Olivier, and she was to end her life before the disbelieving eyes of the son she had betrayed. Emperor of the Holy Empire of Sambrique, who plotted with Annabella Rosfeld to slay Archduke Elwyn of Rosaria and unite the nations under the imperial banner. Together they bore a son, Olivier, to whom Silvestre was beguiled into forfeiting his throne, much to his first son's displeasure. Silvestre lost his life to Dion's spear when he leapt to Olivier's defense in the throne room of the Twinside capital. Son of Silvestre and Annabella Lesage. Thanks in large part to her mother's machinations, Olivier was appointed Emperor of the Holy Empire of Sambrique, a fact that triggered his half-brother, Prince Dion, to launch a coup against him. It was Olivier's sinister goading. It was Olivier's sinister mother puppet of Ultima. Barnabas' mother, the mother of King Barnabas of Alud, or at least an Ultima summoned illusion of her, as His Majesty remembers her in life. Also, she forgets to have clothes on. A realm compromising the twin continents of Storm and Ash, over which the Mother Crystal stands timeless vigil. Timeless, that is, until Cid and his disciples commenced their campaign to bring each other crashing down, spreading chaos and confusion to every corner of the land. When ill-omened clouds summoned by Ultima gathered over Valestia, the delicate balance governing the magic-wielding power of Aether was finally shattered and the realm was changed forever. Imperial Province of Rosaria, nation formerly known as the Grand Duchy of Rosaria, occupying the western reaches of the continent of Storm. While Rosaria has been a vassal state of the Empire for nigh on 2 decades, the uprising in Twinside, led by Prince Dion Lesage and his royal dragoons, and subsequent death of both the Holy Emperor and Empress in the year 878, has left Sambrique and barely the wherewithal to rule itself, rendering the erstwhile dukedom a subject of the Empire in name and little else. Holy Empire of Sambrique. A nation occupying the northeast regions of the continent of Storm after its administrative capital moved to Twinside, the neighboring crystalline dominion, in the year 873. An insurgency led by Prince Dion Lesage upended the political and military order, spreading unrest and disruption across the land. This disruption was further worsened when Ultima unleashed Primogenesis, obliterating Twinside and plunging the realm yet further into chaos. Leinitra grew to elite troops of the Holy Empire of Sambrique, led by Prince Dion Lesage. Drawn largely from the nobility of the realm, their status as Knights of the Sacred Dragon affords them still higher standing in the eyes of the people. In the Battle of the Borderlands in 873, as in so many conflicts down the years, they proudly led the charge of their empire into the fray. However, Prince Dion's opposition to the machinations of the Holy Empress Annabella spurred the Dragoons to rise up against their emperor in an insurgency that saw them fall suddenly and decisively from grace. In caravans. The most prestigious portering company in the market town of Bucklad led the brother and sister team of Theodore and Eloise. For a small fee, they will move anything that needs moving, and if the cargo happens to be bearers recently released from slavery, they may even consider paying it from their own purses. The sole remaining nation in Ash, Waloed has its capital in Stone here, home of the Mother Crystal of Drake's Spine, is ruled over by Barnabas Tharmer, dominant of Odin and Warden of Darkness, who, it transpires, has formed an alliance with a mysterious being known as Ultima. The once independent state straddling the continents of Storm and Ash, with the incursion of the Holy Empire of Sambrique in the year 873, its independence was reduced to little more than a pretense. But things changed once again in 878, when Prince Dion Lesage and his dragoons instigated a bloody coup. As imperial institutions fell into disarray, so did the situation in the Dominion and beyond. After 5 years, Sambrique dominance of the region ended as quickly as it had begun. Drake's Tail. The Mother Crystal, that was located in the Crystalline Dominion, is one of the only fine remaining in Valestia, largest of its kind. It was lost in the chaos that followed the rebellion spearheaded by Prince Dion Lesage and his Knights Dragoon, but not before undergoing a fantastical transformation heretofore underwitnessed in the entirety of Valestian history, a literal blossoming of the crystal, its shards peeling away like petals of snow daisy to reveal the sacred heart within. The fall of Drake's Tail. In 878, an insurgency led by Sambrique's Knight Dragoon, led by Prince Dion Lesage, resulted in the destruction of much of the Crystalline Dominion's capital, and the Mother Crystal Drake's Tail along with it, after the prince lost control of his icon, Bahamut. One curious thing to note was that many who survived the Night of Chaos claim they witnessed the crystal bloom like a flower before its demise. Castones, a band of brigands who set up camp in Letney's Cleft in the outskirts of Bucklad, prying upon those fleeing the crumbling republic in order to lay their own coffers, forcing them to either empty their own pockets or pick the pockets of others on threat of death. Sins of Zemeckis. An incident told of in myths and legends throughout Valestia. If the tales are to be believed, mankind drunk with avarice thought to challenge the gods, and in return for his hubris was met with divine retribution. The enormous crater in Zemechia, said to have been the site of the final battle with this great conflict, is surrounded by relics and ruins that would seem to suggest some truth behind the tales. Bestiary, the Phoenix. The Warden of Fire, whose strength resides within Joshua Rosfeld. 18 years after the imperial invasion of Phoenix Gate and John Dion Lesage, Prince of Sambrique, a tribe known as the Motes of Light once dwelled in the northeast reaches of the Storm, where the great city of Oriflamme now stands, among which the dominant of Bahamut would always emerge. In modern times, dominants are often born among the Sambrique nobility, most likely because of the tribe's bloodline, which still runs strong in their ranks. Goblins. A common species of beastmen, mostly found in Storm, which have habitually avoided contact with other races, be they beast or men. The continued spread of the blight, however, has driven the creatures to find homes near human settlements, making violent encounters more commonplace. That said, a rare few have been found to possess the ability to crudely converse, and at times even cooperate with humankind. Antelopes. A large herbivorous creature found mainly in Storm. It has distinctive, elaborate antlers and long, sinuous limbs, which it uses to leap gracefully into the air. It attacks mainly with its antlers and rear legs, but many hunters are prepared to face such dangers nonetheless in order to acquire the lustrous, supple pelts from which these noble beasts are famed. Dragons. Majestic winged beasts that are commonly considered to be some of Valestia's most ancient creatures. Albeit rarely sighted in modern times, there are countless myths and legends regarding dragons, one of the most prominent being that of Valestia itself was formed when a mighty drake fell from the sky. According to the Gregorian faith, dragons were created by the goddess herself to serve as holy sentinels over her earthly demesnes, and as such have long been employed by the Holy Empire of Sambrique in various martial roles within and without the Imperial Legion.
You are always welcome, Clive.
Bahamut channeled. Okay, 1099. Gigaflare will be nice when we finally get there. Okay. Yeah, I think I prefer ignition. Okay. Yeah, we should be fine. So Wings of Light definitely needs to be what I have here. Rama. And then 3, we want Garuda, Phoenix, or Titan. I think Garuda is my best bet because I really like what she has available. Okay. Okay, 6 is good. Let's do Flare Breath with Pile Drive. Thunderstorm and Ignition. How about instead I do Pile Drive right here and we do Thunderstorm right here, and then this can be Ignition. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Okay.
Is a storm coming, Sid? There'll be thunder.
Alright, back over here.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
I didn't see anything. Nothing to see, man.
Clive, we have a problem.
What's that?
Only one. That would be a first. It would. Actually, there are three. We had as many owls arrive while you were at the shelves. Martha's got a Kashik out her gates, and talk of monsters roaming the hills outside of Northreach has put the wind up Isabel and her lot.
And don't forget Dalimil. Lubor says the village was raided by bandits.
When it rains, it fucking pours. The curse breakers are spread thin, taking stock of the damage in the Dominion. And even if I could get word to all of them, I doubt they'd get here in time to make any real difference. Which means there's only two people who can. Jill and I.
Let them know we're on our way.
Clive! Quick look. Think you can help?
Back again?
Allow me to educate you.
Odin's dominant is friend to Bringer of Chaos, Ultima. Sage still asleep. All the help of our friends. Takes too many risks. This you're doing and is hang on there, we're coming, and we'll help you with your bandit problem. Is this you're doing, Ultima? Okay.
Study it well, Clive.
Bandits are going across the Damili Inn. Northreach is dealing with beasts. Martha's Rest is dealing with Kashik. Okay.
Very good.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Anything catch your eye?
Alright. While we fight, let's go.
First we find Isabel.
Heard a bloke saying he saw ghosts on the far side of the
I
wall.
saw it with my own eyes. The whole of Oriflamme under a flood.
And we're next.
I can't do it. I can't. But you can.
What's up?
My lord. My lady.
We received the dame's message. There have been sightings of strange creatures, I understand.
With the blue eyes. Yes. Like a Kashik, but different. They've taken so many. I've lost count.
Akashic, but different.
Ultima's thralls.
Mm-hmm.
And what of your mistress? Is she here?
Oh, no. She went to the garrison to ask what they were planning on doing about all this.
Then we'll look for her there.
Alright, let's go. To the garrison. I'm sure the soldiers are going to be like, what do you want us to do about it?
The two soldiers were carrying another. He didn't have any legs.
take a look at your tattoo and go, get out.
What are you talking about? I don't have a tattoo. I have a scar in the shape of a tattoo on my face.
We lost the captain this very morning.
We've tried requesting reinforcements, but there's been no word from the capital or the Dominion in days. What more would you have us do?
I would have you do your duty. Those at the Vale look to me for protection. And protect them I shall. Because they are my charges, and that is my duty. In case you have forgotten, the people of this town are your charges. But more than that, they are your people. Your sisters, your brothers, your lovers. So you have a choice. Lay down your sword and watch as they are slaughtered, or take it up and do what is right.
She speaks the truth, you know. This here, it's all we have. It's all that's left.
What we have left is our lives. Do you really want us to lose them as well?
Not if we don't have to. Look, there's a cask under the captain's bunk. Let's talk about this over a drink, eh?
I'm listening.
I'll have a word with him.
Ah, Clive. I didn't expect help to arrive so quickly. And sought to take matters into my own hands.
It was a noble effort. But I thought you might still need some support.
I'd like you to consider my needs.
What we need to consider is where the creatures came from.
The way the survivors speak of them, one would think they appeared out of thin air. And perhaps they did. It's hard to know what to believe these days.
We'll talk to the survivors.
All right.
You're a pikeman, yes? What happened?
I've got family in Moor. I heard the flood was spreading, so I went to see if they were all right. And a pack of them glowing things found me in the meadow. I ran for my life. I never did get to the village.
Leave that to us.
My family.
Mimi, Paul.
I'm sorry, darling. I truly am.
Did you see the creatures that attacked you?
Creatures? Yeah, they came out of nowhere. They went for Joseph first, then me, and then they were just gone.
Do you remember where you were?
On the road from Oriflamme. We just passed Moor when... Where's my Joseph?
It's all right. Just rest now. At least we have an idea of where the thralls might be now. We should head for more.
I assume you have a plan.
We need to find out what we're facing.
It was all they could do to escape. They just left the bodies there in the flood.
Faster!
Mm-hmm.
Clive, look!
I see them. With me! Save your strength.
Grab some magic ash.
Do you think there are more?
There are always more. But I'd say we've done what we can for the time being.
Right.
Then we should let Isabel know.
You have the town's thanks.
Don't thank us yet. There will be more. Many more. And you'll need to be ready for them.
Oh, we shall. Isn't that right, Captain?
Yes, milady. The garrison will be ready.
Philippe here has convinced most of the men to remain at their posts. For now, at least.
Hearing that the Dame would look kindly on any man who committed himself to the task certainly didn't hurt. It's not the most selfless of motives, I'll admit. Whatever it takes, eh? Now me, I never needed convincing. I became a soldier to protect the people I love. And the people I love include the one standing before me.
Handsome and chivalrous.
Now, if you don't mind, I have sentries to post. Milady.
Lest you wonder, I'm not foolish enough to believe that this has solved all of my problems. But it has solved one. And that's one fewer than I had this morning. Thank you again, Clive.
Quest complete. Why we fight? Gain experience. And some magic ash and some meteorite. Alright. I haven't pet the dog yet today.
I feel good, boy.
I feel good, boy. Alright. Turtle is very good. Clive is over here. Let's head to Martha's Rest next.
This man's gonna die if we don't get him to a healer.
But all our beds are taken.
Martha, it's good to see you.
And you, Clive. Jill?
Otto said you'd been attacked by a Kashik. What exactly happened here?
Those skies are what happened. Not long after they fell dark, we had our first visit. There were hundreds of them. Tried to storm the hill. Only a handful made it up here, but that was more than enough. The rest are still down there now. And while we have a few willing fighters holding them back, they're sorely outnumbered.
What do you think, Clive?
That we join the fight.
I thought you'd never offer. Now, where I need you is the Fallen Gate. That's where the fighting is fiercest. Let the men know you've come to help. Something tells me they'll be pleased to see you.
We're on our way.
Okay. Quest accepted.
Do you think there were as many as Martha says?
More.
Always best to expect the worst. Hope for the
You don't
best,
think they've
but expect the worst.
abandoned us, do you?
Them not. Not a chance.
Better already.
What is up, noble gentlefolk?
Clive, wounded.
We deal with the Akashic first.
Mm-hmm. Enemies approach.
These men don't have the look of hired swords.
If you've come to rob this place,
You are mistaken, my Lord Rosfield. We're here by Madame Martha's leave.
how do you know my name?
Yes, you got
my
wubbed.
lord. There wasn't time for introductions. We're with
You
the
just
Guardians
hang
of
on
the
my lap.
Flame.
Wade's men? But how did you come to be here? Where is your commander?
Sir Wade left earlier with a scouting party to find out where the Akashic were coming from.
Did he? Take your wounded back to the inn. Martha will see you're looked after. We'll join you anon.
And to think you took them for thieves. A fine reward for holding off the horde, that is.
When did Wade and his men arrive?
Not long after Rosalith fell, the Guardians asked me to shelter some of them that had lost their homes. They were making ready to leave just as the skies turned, and we agreed it was best we stuck together.
Martha! Trouble! The scouting party's almost at the lift, but they got a pack of Akashic snapping at their heels! And they've got
What is the
wounded with them!
problem?
They're not gonna make it!
Damn it all.
We'll worry about them, Martha.
You look after everyone here. If any can still fight, send them to the lift.
I will. You two be safe now.
And buy some goodies really quick.
How do? Thanks very much. Much obliged. A fair trade. Take care out there, eh? Mad dogs, the lot of 'em.
Squire, I need you to get those who can still walk up the lift to Martha's. But what about... I didn't ask, Oscar. Sir.
Sir Wade.
Lord Rosfield. If you aren't a sight for sore eyes.
Martha seemed to think you might need some help. And by the looks of it...
We thought we could sneak by them. But we didn't know there would be so many. How could we have?
Behind you!
Damn it! We need to get the injured to safety.
Do you think we can hold them off?
We can certainly try.
Exactly.
Are you with us, Sir Wade?
Always.
Then let's do our duty.
Bahamut!
He wants to be in the way. He's trying really hard to be in the way. Got him. Sharpang and Magic Ash.
Is anyone hurt?
I don't think so.
And yet again, you've pulled me from the flames. It's just a pity I keep walking into them.
You've never been one to shy away from danger, Sir Wade. Like any shield worthy of the name.
I see you're all in one piece.
Martha!
Try to be.
Is something wrong?
The lookout saw smoke coming from down Eastpool way. Too thick to be a hearth.
A second horde.
Feel like finishing the job.
Always.
Jill and I will make for Eastpool. You'll need to move the injured without us.
Don't you worry about them.
The moment my men are safe, I'll follow. Good luck.
Mad dogs, the lot of them. What are you after? Thanks very much.
Just patch me up as quick as you can and get me back out there.
I needed that. Let's roll.
They're headed for the rest.
We have to slow them down. Martha and the others won't be ready.
Something's coming.
Oh.
Apologies, my lord. Did I miss anything?
Well, something.
Only the first round, so wait. Shall we?
Got him. Sharp Fang, Steel Silk, and Magic Ash.
Do you see any more?
No. I think that was the last of them.
Awesome.
But it won't be long before the next lot arrive.
Then we make for Martha's while we can.
What did you find out there?
The same as Sir Wade. Scores of Akashic.
Well, wherever they came from, they're gone now. Our lookouts say the lowlands are clear. Hopefully we'll have enough time to lick our wounds.
How many of your men were injured?
A damn sight less than if you hadn't turned up. Thank you.
It was a hard-fought victory. But as long as the skies remain dark, I fear the Akashic's numbers are only going to rise. It's not a matter of if the Horde will be back, but when. And whether that's sooner or later, we'll need to be ready. The inn here affords a good view of the land, and is easily defendable. I'd like to make this one of our outposts.
What do you say, Martha? You'd have more men to guard the rest.
Well, when you put it like that, of course they can stay.
Quest complete. A good amount of money. Guardian's Scarf, curiosity, symbol of trust, loyalty, and undying friendship. For as long as the fireworks flames burn in our hearts, the duchy shall not die. And goodies for crafting.
My lord, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
Oh?
Oscar, over here. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Lord Rosfield. I am Oscar. Oscar of House Murdoch.
Murdoch? I wasn't aware the Lord Commander had children.
Oh, he didn't. But his brother, my father, did. I am Sir Rodney's nephew. Well, go on, then. It's not for me to ask him. Yes, Sir Wade. If it please you, my Lord Marquis, might you take me as your squire? I would learn the duties of a shield from the finest.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Oscar, but I am a shield no longer. Nor was I ever the finest. And spending time in the company of an outlaw hardly seems a fitting education for one aspiring to take his oaths.
My Aunt Hannah once told me that a man is not defined by his title, but what he does in its name. You have accomplished much since taking on the mantle of Cid, winning no little honor in so doing. And I would sooner serve under an honorable outlaw than an unworthy shield. Not that Sir Wade and the other Guardians are... I mean to say that, they're... It's all right. We know what you mean. There is only so much the boy can learn from me, my lord.
But a squire...
Would that really be so bad? You were a squire once.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm certain Sir Rodney would approve.
Know that I'll show you as much leniency as your uncle showed me.
I would not have it any other way.
Okay, and now to the Dalimalian. Dalimalian.
Cid! Your new companion appears much more formidable than your uncle. Should I be worried?
You haven't been introduced.
Jill, Clive has told me much about you.
All lies, I'm sure.
Your Stolas said that Dalimil has a bandit problem.
Indeed. Although, you're a little late. They left with our food and guild days ago.
Any idea where they went?
The desert's a big place. Your guess is as good as mine. But the fact is, I have more immediate concerns.
What did you say to me? What did you say?
Ah, as if by magic. Let's just say we've yet to reach a consensus about how to solve Dalimil's little problem. And at this rate, it won't be the actions of the bandits which prove to be our undoing. It will be our own. I've tried reasoning with the dissenting parties, but even the Desert Hare has limits.
Perhaps we could talk to them.
What makes you think they'll listen to us?
What makes you think they won't?
She makes a fair point, Sid. And you won't have wasted much of your precious time if you fail. They're just across the courtyard.
I mean, I suppose I could whoop their butts. Maybe teach them a thing or two, or three.
Suppose we just follow the shouting.
Quite.
You wouldn't talk like that if it had been your men whose throats were slit. Blood for blood, it's the only way. We hire mercenaries and have them mount the bandits' heads on our walls as a lesson to the rest.
And what happens when those mercenaries are slaughtered like your men? Are you going to hire more? We're better off using that coin to buy food and supplies. If we hire mercenaries, the only thing we're buying is the bandits' ire. And you cannot fill empty bellies with that. Do you hear me?
But what happens when they come back? Maybe it'll be your throat that's slit.
That's enough. Both of you. Any more of this and I'll throw you out myself. Come back when you're ready to talk like adults.
Victor. What's he doing here?
What's up, Victor?
Sid. And Lady Jill. What brings you here?
I was about to ask you the same thing.
Costness is in chaos, and the markets have all but ceased to operate. The Briar's Kiss here in Dalimil is the only place I can reliably obtain supplies. I was here to do just that when Master Lubor told me of his troubles. He thought I might be able to talk some sense into these fools. But if you're here, I suppose his patience must be waning.
Who are those people?
Those were the thorns in Lubor's side. And the reason this place might be headed the same way as Costness. It's these accursed skies. The darkness is enough to drive a man to madness. Or an entire city, for that matter.
We're still working on the skies. But in the meantime, perhaps we can find a solution to Dalimil's problems.
I hope so. For all our sakes.
So, you see my predicament?
What I saw was a room full of people who were angry and afraid. And with good reason by the sound of it. But if left to smolder, that anger and fear could set the entire town alight.
My thoughts exactly. What to do? Both sides wish to protect their homes and livelihoods, if only they could agree on how. But as long as they are divided, we are vulnerable.
And if there's one thing bandits like, it's an easy target.
Quite.
What would Sid the Outlaw suggest?
Well, if it were my namesake, he'd let them choose for themselves and be on hand to pick up the pieces when it all went wrong.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
A recipe for disaster is precisely what it is. But perhaps that realization would be enough to make them question the ingredients. While it's plain neither Conrad nor Natalie will countenance the other's proposal, it may still be possible to make them doubt their own. Before presenting them with a third option.
And that would be?
To pool our resources and save the city ourselves. Why fight each other?
When all that fear and anger can be directed at the bandits.
Exactly.
It appears we have a plan of action. Victor, pay Conrad a visit. See if you can't convince him of his folly. I'll speak with Natalie.
As you wish.
Your Your faces are not well known in this town. That may prove useful. Don't worry, Victor and I will do most of the talking. You need only play along.
Play along?
What he means to say is yes.
Picture it, Conrad. Ah, here she is. The Lady of the Spear herself. Conrad, may I introduce you to Jane, commander of the Red Wings, the oldest mercenary guild in the Free Cities.
A pleasure, my lady.
The pleasure is all mine.
As I told you, I summoned the commander here from Canver to inquire about a contract.
Victor says you told him no. That there aren't any men left to hire. Is that true?
True as the crystals cracked. Nobles came and claimed every last one worth his salt. And not just from us Red Wings. You know of the 7 high houses. There must be 2 swords assigned each one. Granted, we have a few boys left. If it's boys you're looking for.
Well, Conrad, are you saying that Dalimil's finest cannot defend this town better than a gaggle of unblooded striplings? That a band of beardless youths could better avenge the deaths of your brave men than you yourselves?
Absolutely not. We'll show those bastards who they're dealing with.
I can't believe that actually worked.
Conrad's not what you call the brightest candle in the crypt. And there's a reason why I had you do the talking and not Sid. Well played, my lady.
Then let us band together and show these brutes that Dalimil is not to be trifled with.
My shop. Why would I...
If I had my pickaxe, I would have...
I mean, it may still be possible to buy some. Ah, here he is now. Natalie, allow me to introduce Lord Underhill of Randalar's prestigious League of Merchants.
Underhill.
Lord Underhill. At your service.
Underhill?
I was just telling the good lady of our conversation, my lord, and how you were lamenting the state of the capital's stores.
Lubor says that not only are the granaries almost empty, but that war and the Blight mean this season's harvest won't be enough to fill them for winter.
Indeed, certainly that is the case. The nobles in the capital are buying up the city's stocks of barley and wine, driving the prices higher than most commoners can afford. It is only a matter of time before the peasants revolt.
It is worse than I thought. If what Lord Underhill says is true, I fear we have little hope of supplementing our stores, meager though they regrettably are. And while I applaud your endeavors to dissuade our more bellicose citizens from seeking vengeance, I sense Conrad is not wrong in his assessment of the bandits' likely return. Which means that now, more than ever, we will need to secure what little we still have. Food, weapons, herbs, everything. If our humble town is to endure not only this hardship, but those that are certain to follow, we must stand united.
All right. If it will help to protect my home, I'll do it. But you needn't have gone through this charade.
Thank you, Clive. Your performance was nothing if not workmanlike.
She saw right through it.
I didn't say it was good, merely that it produced the desired effect. Now, my scouts should be returning shortly. Meet me back at the Briar's Kiss, and we shall see what we face.
I'm not convinced our roles in this ruse were entirely necessary.
I don't know. Conrad seemed quite taken with you.
Mummy, I'm scared.
Oh, I'm ruined.
Good news, Sid.
Yeah?
Both Conrad and Natalie have somewhat gracefully accepted their new roles. With time, they may even learn to.
Time no longer appears to be the luxury it was before lunch.
I take it your scouts found the bandits.
Technically, it would be the bandits who found my scouts. It appears they march for Dalimil as we speak. All of them.
You're not serious.
They don't just want food, they want the whole damn town.
I have a favor to ask. I'm told the bandits march in 2 groups, one from the south and one from the desert, in a move doubtless intended to stretch our already gossamer-thin defenses.
Very well. Jill and I will meet those from the desert. But what of the rest?
The rest, my friend, the city shall fight. Together. The stakes, I concede, are high. But if this does not unite Dalimil, nothing will.
That is a lot of faith to put into those who had their hands around each other's throats but a moment ago.
Then it will be for us to see that their hands are kept occupied. And I do mean us.
I thought you might say that.
We'll hold them off for as long as we can.
And we will do the same.
The women folk have come to welcome us.
I'll take that one.
He's all yours.
Unfortunately for them, the opposite appears to be happening. Still Silk, Magic to Ash, Black Blood, and Gilbug.
The townspeople. Could they have held out?
I don't hear any fighting. What do you think?
That we
I don't
should
think
hurry.
if they won or they lost.
Natalie, I owe you an apology. You did well out there. The inn would have been lost had you not held the line.
Without you, there would have been no line to hold. You saved us, Conrad. You saved Dalimil.
We all saved Dalimil.
Conrad seems to have had a change of heart.
I'd say they both have.
I take it from your presence that our visitors from the desert won't be joining us either. Pity.
The plan worked, Sid. Granted, it only took an army of bloodthirsty bandits at our gate.
Calm now, Victor. Why quibble over the details? We are united, and that is all that matters. As for you, Sid, you fight considerably better than you act.
I'll take that as a compliment.
As we go down the rabbit hole. Sharp Fang, Steel Silk, and Bloody Hide.
Our friends seem to have things under control. For now, at least. Let's go and put Otto.
Let's go put Otto's money to rest.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
The goddess Gregor teaches us to walk with the wretched as an act of greater good. If we are to accept this truth, we would not rightly call he who follows this path an outlaw. The High Cleric's medallion. Oh man, we're really close on that
I may
one.
have more for you.
Was wondering when you turn up. Had owls from all our friends thanking you for your timely intervention. How is it you always manage to arrive at just the right moment?
Luck, I suppose. Any word on the rest of the realm?
Let's see. Storm's still crying out for mother crystals. The nations are still in chaos. And the skies are still the colour of a kick in the kidneys 2 days on. So...
Right.
Clive, we knew this was going to happen. Well, not the bleeding skies part, but you take my point. Now's not the time to second-guess yourself. Now's the time to visit the infirmary. Talia says your brother's awake.
Thank you, Otto.
So it was not Sylvester, but Olivier who served as Ultima's puppet. And when Dion learned of this, he sought to slay the fiend. Only for his father to take the spear that would have freed him. Enough to drive a man to madness.
Small wonder he hasn't stirred. I would be afraid to wake.
Had I but reached out to him sooner, warned him of the threat Ultima posed. But now, both an empire and her prince lie broken.
Joshua, what do you know of Ultima?
Very little, I'm afraid. Despite my best efforts. 18 years ago, as I lay buried beneath the rubble of Phoenix Gate, 'twas not death who came for me, but another. and it was while in my rescuer's care I first heard of Ultima. I've been chasing his shadow ever since. Ultima is driven by some deep, dark purpose, and for whatever reason, it would seem you are crucial to his designs. He will stop at nothing to have you, even if that means toppling an empire.
But why me? What possible use could I be to such a creature?
That is one of many answers that have eluded me. Yet, I am certain of this. It is not mere chance. You were chosen for a reason. All dominants carry within them the might of an icon. Nigh limitless power that is at once acutely limited. I wield fire, and only fire.
And I only ice. 8 wardens for 8 elements. But you, Clive.
You are different. You're special. Your abilities begin with the flames of Ifrit. But they do not end there. The fact Ifrit can even exist goes against everything we thought we knew of dominance. Perhaps Ultima has been waiting for one such as you, whose potential is truly limitless.
I've encountered that thing several times now. If it or he, as you say, needs me, why hasn't he claimed me as he did the boy?
Were I to hazard a guess, I'd say the two of you are somehow incompatible. His mind not properly attuned to your body.
His mind?
Mind, awareness, spirit, call it what you wish. But I believe Ultima to be an embodiment of the concept. This is why I struggle and fail to contain him here inside me.
I'm sorry. Inside you?
With every setting sun, I feel my strength wane. And though the Phoenix's flames mend the prison I have made for Ultima, they do so at a cost. We must find a means to bring an end to him before I meet my own.
What were you thinking?
It was that or let him take Clive. And I've always had a soft spot for my brother.
But that doesn't mean you should sacrifice yourself to save me.
Joshua. Clive, it's Gav. There's an army of Akashic at the gates of Canver.
Well, what's the short of it?
I thought Tyre told you. The capital of the Free Cities is under siege by an army of monstrosities. The city guard are doing their best to stem the tide, but numbers ain't on their side.
What of Lord Byron and Mid? Were they able to escape?
No, but they're all right for now. They're hiding with Gav at midship.
We have to get them out of there.
And we shall. Otto, prepare a Stolas. Tell Gav to stay exactly where he is.
Understood.
Vivian, what's the swiftest route to the Free Cities?
That sounds like a question for the map. Look here. This road, through Tabor, should provide the least trouble.
Good.
What a coincidence. Tabor is exactly where I'm bound.
Joshua, Bed is where you should be bound.
You don't think I told him the exact same thing?
Were Tyre not such a talented healer, I would surely have been inclined to agree. But, thanks to her ministrations, I feel I may safely rejoin my attendant, who was to wait for me in Tabor if we became separated.
All right, we travel together.
Clive!
If he stays close to me, he'll be fine.
Thank you, brother.
I'll look after him.
This feels like a bad idea, but okay.
Clive. How may I help you today?
And Sir Wade, Martha and Sir Wade, Lubor and Victor. I want to go visit all of them.
Study it well, Clive.
To Tabor, Gab brings the shocking news that Cadver is under attack from the army of Akashic. Clive, Jill, Joshua make for the Free Cities, a road that will lead them through the village of Tabor, where Joshua's lieutenant awaits. Lord Cadver is being attacked by Akashic.
Very good.
The pack, a type of cursed breakers traveling to Tabor in the fields of Karva, have met with a group of hunters in the village, who warned them not to stray too far from the main road. For a gully not far hence rested a pack of wolves, even practiced hunters, and would not dare wake. Despite the fine luster of the animals' pelts, too many of their friends have succumbed to temptation, only to be torn limb from limb.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
Joshua now has an ashen gray outfit. We'll put him in.
Is a storm coming, Sid? Will there be...
Sid, perhaps you can help me solve a mystery.
I can certainly try. Who's gone missing this time?
It's not who, but what. Mid's scales, the ones she made for her workshop. I borrowed them to teach the little ones about weight, and shortly after the lesson, well, they vanished. My first thought was that they'd taken them off somewhere to play, but when I asked, they swore they had nothing to do with their having disappeared. Which almost certainly means they had everything to do with it.
Allow me to help.
Perhaps a visit from Sid will jog their memories.
Perhaps.
I think it just might. Thank you. I don't like to imagine that my pupils would lie to me. But if they have, I'll have no choice but to discipline them accordingly. They were in the atrium when I last saw them. As always.
About 30 minutes left of my stream.
Seems the hideaway's lost its appetite.
Here, you put me in this situation, Clive. You can bloody well get me out of it. I need a hand with a recipe.
Are you sure it's me you're looking for? I'm not much of a cook.
I'm all the cook will be needing, thank you very much. What I want from you is a little of your time, right? Oh, and perhaps your sword. You remember Ivan's stew, right? Well, despite the look of the thing, and that awful stench, people wolf it down. So I thought I'd try making one of these supposed masterpieces myself. Had a peek at the book and gave it a go, but, well...
It wasn't as straightforward as you'd hoped. Ivan had the same problem.
Yeah, but this is my blooming kitchen, and I will not be outdone. So if you don't want to be seen as playing favourites, I suggest you lend me a hand.
Sure thing. I did help
I've
you.
never been one to play favourites, Molly. And I would be only too happy to lend you a hand. So, what's on the menu this time?
Special patrons in the
Fried
background.
Mortress of Skyworm. That's one heck of a name, innit? Recipe seemed easy enough to an old hand like myself. Thought I'd followed it to a T. Only, turns out skyworm livers and drake's mint are not what I thought they were. At least I hope they're not, given the rancid mess they made.
Yvonne said the recipes in the culinary pilgrimage date back centuries. Who's to say the ingredients even exist anymore?
Who knows?
That's a question for a scholar, wouldn't you say? Perhaps you know of one? Kindly old fella who haunts the shelves, maybe?
Fine. I'll go and speak to Harpocrates. Perhaps he'll know something. And
Perhaps.
if he does, I'll see if I can find your ingredients for you.
You do that. Lest we forget, you've got a reputation to uphold.
Not to be outdone. What's up, Goots?
What am I gonna do?
Is everything all right, Goots? You seem more discomposed than usual.
Oh, I don't know what that means, but I'm in a bit of a muddle. Oh, I think Nan might be in trouble, and she's...
It's all right. You can tell me.
Oh. There was a trader came by. One of our usuals, like. Said he'd heard some rotten rumours about her down Dalimil Way. Folk are saying she's been selling to bandits and cutthroats and that. I mean, she's fond of a chance to make a coin or two, aye, but she'd never do business with baddies. Especially not the kind who go hurting people who haven't done out. I wanted to ask her about it myself, but I'm scared she'll give us a tongue lashing. She'd never give your tongue a lashing, though, would she?
I'm not afraid of lashing.
Don't worry. I'll speak to her.
Oh, thanks, Clive. You'll let me know what she says, won't you?
Of course. I'm sure it's all just a misunderstanding.
Probably.
Lady Karen. How's business?
Not nearly as foul as the weather.
You're doing good trade then? Both in and
So awkward,
out
Clive.
of the hideaway?
Can't complain. Wait. What exactly are you getting at? Not once in 5 long years do you pay my affairs half a care. But here you are today, raking me over the coals like a bloody popoto.
Just asking. Out of interest. All right. I'm here because I was told that certain rumors have been circulating. About you selling weapons to brigands.
Oh, are ya? And who was it who knows me so well as to tell tales of my evil exploits?
I didn't exactly hear firsthand. All I know is that someone in Dalimil has been spreading word to that effect.
And what? You believe it? You think I'm profiting off the blood of innocence, do you?
No.
Look, I've done things I'm not proud of. Might be there were a time when I turned a blind eye to the wretchedness of the world so I could line my pocket. But that woman is no more. And you'd know that if you'd ever paid the slightest bit of notice.
You're right, Lady Karen. I apologize. It was wrong of me to doubt you.
Aye, it was. Now, I reckon you've got better things to do than pointing your do-gooding finger at a poor old woman.
Of course. Good day.
Oh, we'll just go right back to Goods then.
I spoke with Lady Karen.
What did she say?
That the rumors were unfounded, and that I was a fool for thinking they might hold any truth, along with some other things that made her feelings clear. And while it sounds like she may have done things she regretted in her past, she says those days are behind her.
Oh, well, that's good. I knew Nan wasn't caught up in out bad. But why would people say she was? What did she ever do to them? It's not right.
No, it's not.
Quite.
But people do things for all sorts of reasons. Perhaps we'll never know.
Well, I'm going to find out. That trader, he said they were all talking about her in Dalimil. So that's where I'm going. I'll find someone who'll tell me, you'll see.
Are you sure that's wise? Whoever's spreading these rumors means Karen ill.
Oh, right. But that's why you'll be coming with me, isn't it, Clive?
I suppose it is.
This aways first.
Seems the hideaway's lost its appetite.
Is a storm coming, Sid? Will there be thunder?
Lawsman Harpocrates. I've come to pick your brain if you don't mind. It's about the book you lent Ivan.
Ah, Valisthea, A Culinary Pilgrimage, a classic. One of my favorites, in fact. The young man did a wonderful job with the Chance's stew. I do hope we shall be able to sample more such marvels in due course.
That's actually why I'm here. I don't suppose you know where I might find skyworm livers and drake's mint.
Ah, so the fabled Sanbriquois delicacy is next on the menu. Delightful. The descriptions of fried mortris never fail to make my mouth water. Now, skyworm is a somewhat antiquated name for the wyvern, their ground livers being the paste from which the mortris is made.
Dragon livers. How very Sambriquois.
One would have thought the disciples of Bahamut would have a touch more reverence for their icon's brethren, but apparently not. I believe the specific dragon the recipe demands is the blueback wyvern, said to be the very color of the sea beside which it resides.
So we know where to look for our liver. But what about the drake's mint?
Saint's bonnet in contemporary parlance, a herb which grows along the North Reach coast. I gather that one can locate the cheerful yellow flowers by their heady scent alone, so I'm sure you'll have no trouble finding them. I may add that people once believed game was best served with the flora that sustained it in life, in which regard fried mortris of skyworm is undoubtedly a typical dish of the time.
Meaning that if I find one, I find the other. To Northreach, then.
Best of luck, Clive. And do save me a bite once the dish is complete.
All right.
Did you see the pair that got hauled into tires?
Reading table, a humble request. Master Clive, I apologize for this sudden and untoward gesture. Circumstances have forced me to seek immediate aid, and there is none other to whom I may turn. Your most esteemed Lord Uncle has presented me with a task most vexing, and I fear I am wholly unable to perform to his vaulted expectations, namely, due to the marked lack of martial aptitude on my part. To wit, I am but a manservant, not a mercenary. While I maintain fitness ample to attend to the needs of the manor, to the attending of bandits and back alleys I am sorely ill-equipped. If it please you, my lord, prithee come and see me at Martha's Rest. I shall proceed to explain my predicament in full.
Rutherford. Wasn't that the name of my uncle's manservant? Why would he be at Martha's Rest?
Smooth like butler. Dramatis Personae. The Guard and League have put their differences aside for the time being, allowing us all leave to sip our snake spit at relative leisure. For that, I would hazard we have a better half to thank. She put on quite a performance. As for yours, well, from one aspiring thespian to another, might I suggest working on your delivery, and your projection, and those stiff limbs of yours, and your countenance, and, well, pretty much everything else. We wouldn't want the name of Underhill a disservice, now, would we? Limbs burn bright. You have an uncanny talent for showing up where you're most needed, my lord. Without your steel, I fear the rest would be at the hands of Akashic. And us, but more than their nameless numbers. However, with the Horde now both thinned and fractured, we Guardians can focus our efforts on putting down the smaller packs without a worry of being overwhelmed, while Martha's blood axes may return to defending Tor. As for the young Oscar, you'll forgive my sudden request in taking him under your wing. He's a good man, attentive, polite, hard-working, but, so as you can see, he's already learned everything he can from me. He would do well to continue his squiring under a more worthy shield, and the realm has none more worthy than you. The Guardians are getting along with the axes fine enough, working to shore up the rest's walls and not clearing out what few threats remain down the reeds, though chances are we'd still be neck-deep in Akashic, had you not taken the Horde your firm but gentle nudge. I know you've a realm to save and all, but if you ever have a need of a quick reviver, come see us and we'll tap your cash. We're the North Reach, where we fight. You have the town's thanks for helping rid us of the thralls. And we are neither of us so naive as to think we've seen the end of their like. Good Philippe has taken to seeing that we are prepared should the ghouls come once again calling, but I oft worry the rank of captain has begun to weigh heavily on his shoulders, just as I imagine the same might be said of you and your burden. But remember, should the weight ever become too much, you needn't stand alone. Our hearts and arms remain ever open, as do the Vale's doors. Okay. The Oath. Guardian's Scarf, Sid's Goblet. Tells Apples. Ambrosia's Tack.
Did you see the pair that got hauled into tires?
Off limits, this means you. Okay.
I heard the Emperor was impaled on his own son's spear.
We're all gonna die! You hear me? The Akashic are coming and they won't stop until
What do you reckon we should do?
Sid!
Hard at your studies, I see. And what is that? It's not a set of scales, is it?
No. Of course it isn't.
Well, not anymore, it's not. Oh!
And just how long hasn't it been one?
We're sorry.
But we didn't break them. We dismembered them.
Just like Miss Mididol showed us.
Miss Mididol? And why would she have you dismembering her creations?
Because that's the only way to become a ninja-neer.
Miss Mididol said
Engineer.
the best way to see how something worked is to take it apart and put it back together again.
Well then, your work is already half done. Carry on.
About that.
The taking apart was easy enough, but it's the putting back we can't work out.
Speak for yourself. The heavy thing goes at the bottom. Then...
You three need to learn to take responsibility for your actions. So let's have a look at these parts with fresh eyes, shall we? All right. Everything here was once part of Miss Midadol's scales. Every piece has its own role to play, and each is just as important as the others. If even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. So let's think about what those roles might be. You already know one of the pieces. The body. Its role is to support everything else. But what of the others?
With the arm.
This is called the arm. Why do you suppose that is? It doesn't look much like an arm.
You're right. It looks more like a wing. Like a chocobo wing!
You've ridden a chocobo before, haven't you, Sid? Will you teach me to ride one day?
I'll think about it. Now, what do arms do?
Hold things. So wait, maybe this arm holds things too?
Good thinking. You're on the right track. These round parts are called the pans. You all know what a pan is, don't you?
I do. Molly uses them in the kitchens to fry bangers. But these aren't for frying bangers, you idiot. They're for weighing stuff. But what if I wanted to weigh Goots? I don't think he'd fit on that little thing.
Probably not.
What are the chains for? Holding the pans up?
Well spotted. Which means something must hold the chains up in turn. This tiny piece is what's called a cogwheel, or gear. Have you ever seen one before?
I have. Miss Midadol's dungeon is full of them. Most are on the floor.
She puts them in all her inventions. They spin round and round and round and round and...
That's right. They're very useful when you want to make things move. Do you remember if there was anything on the scales that moved?
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple. And then somebody ate it.
Not my fault. You shouldn't have tried weighing it before lunch.
You know what part's supposed to move and how it's supposed to move. So, let's put the pieces together first, see what doesn't move, and then stick the cogwheel to that.
Not a bad idea. You see? It's not so difficult. So, now that we've taken stock of the parts and learned what they do, what do you think?
I think we've got it.
Then here's what we'll do. You tell me what goes where, and I'll put the scales together.
Well, obviously you need to start with the body. All the other pieces fit onto it, don't they?
And the arms go on the body, just like real arms. Or wings, if you're a chocobo. And then the arms hold the pans by the chains.
Very good. Let's see if that works. Ah, all finished.
Yes! We did it!
Well, with Sid's help.
Oh, I just put the pieces together. It was you three engineers who showed me how.
That's right. We're Miss Midadol's heirs.
Her hairs?
Yeah, heirs for the future. She's showing us her secrets now, so we can help out the hideaway when we're older.
What do you think, Sid? Are we almost ready?
With a little more help from Miss Midadol and Miss Shirley, I'd say it won't be long at all.
You hear that? It won't be long.
Until then, though, do try to be honest with Miss Shirley.
Hey, look! We never used the cogwheel.
You don't think Sid forgot about it, do you?
Okay, to Charlie we go.
Sid, will there be thunder?
Well, did you solve the mystery?
It was as you thought. The children had the scales, or the parts of them at least. They dismantled them to see how they worked.
Oh, no, Mid will have my head.
Thankfully she won't. This might even have been her idea. Although I was the one who ended up teaching the lesson.
I'm so sorry, Sid. I know how busy you are. I shall see that the children are properly punished.
Please, there's no need. Mid seems to have taken the three of them under her wing. She's even calling them her heirs. She'd have them follow in her footsteps. And her father's.
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been spending so much time at the Hideaway of late?
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events in Canva. Is that not true?
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition, room and board, they asked her to oversee the design of several new war engines. To anyone else it would be an opportunity, but to Mid, who lost both her parents to war, it was a bitter pill. One she was none too keen to swallow. But that should come as no surprise. She's only ever cared about bringing people hope. The very last thing war can be said to do.
Which explains her heirs. She's working to give them a better life. And so should I. What's the odd engineering lesson?
Oh, you've given them far more than that. And I'm sure they're very grateful.
Quest complete. We've levered up. Okay. Buckblood and Gilbug. Hi, kitty. I love you too, buddy. Sins of Zemeckis, The Illustrated History of the Twins, Volume 4, Tales of the Founder, and Morte de Oliver. Morte de Olivier. That's the way to say that name. Alright. So everything else involves going to a different place. I'm going to check for the thing that our accomplishments has provided.
Tell me you saw that.
And then I'm going to stop for the day.
Ah, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Alright, so 905 will be the next thing. Alright.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Well, that'll be it for today. So thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful day.